Yo, back. I'm back. Where looking? A ver. No one's watching me tonight. I'm going to have a smoke. No one's not watching me tonight. I know, they've all gone fucking cracker shoots. Bunch of fucking shoots, mate. Keep me awake and fucking forever. idea what it's like to actually have children. What a weird fucking place, man. Fucking weird. It's just fucking weird. Yeah. Fucking hell, man. That old dude that lives across the road was like walking to his house. And he just looked at me and didn't even say a fucking word. Fucking tell me, man. A lot of them are really rude. They just are. I don't know why, but they just are. It's part of their culture. It's not me being racist or rude or anything. It's just they're rude. And it's just how they are. They're kind of like Vietnamese people. They're kind of rude as well. But they don't care about giving way on the road. Their roads are crazy. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. Like if you go to their just have to expect to like, be careful on the road. Because they're crazy. Same with the tunnels. They've got some crazy thing like going on. It's like a mind virus, a parasite, some kind of thing. Part of their culture. It's insane. You know what I'm saying? It's insane. The world's insane. Same with culture that we've all been influenced by it. And that's why we're insane. Because we've been lost. Even they got lost. Within themselves and all that. I don't think that, well, maybe they, yeah, there's probably good ones. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I don't think. Actually, I don't think there is. Fuck this place. Fuck Earth. Fuck humanity. All the cultures, there's some kind of fucking thing up there. There's some, they're disgusting. We are disgusting. We are. H. Smith was right. We're a parasite. All of us. It's like I'm telling you, the human race has gone through that too. It used to be like GMO. Back to like fucking reptile. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. It's just, reptilian now, basically. Who knows? It's not actually human. It's possessed by reptilians. Like that guy that lives across the fucking street. And his wife. That reptile. Who does this? Walks dead straight past you while you're sitting at front of your house. I'll just ignore it. Whoever it is. Say that's the camera there. Now, how's it going? Fuck, there's two people there. Shit. He's like, walking. Maybe. Yeah, it is kind of groovy, that song, wasn't it? Hopefully, it stays like that. Can you hear me okay? I can't turn my mic up, legends, because it's the iPad fucking. There's no control for that. So hopefully it's alright. Yeah, anyway, I'm just tripping balls on the area again. It's like it's possessed, like some kind of weird ghost. And it's like I've actually harnessed it or some shit, and other people are scared of it. That's why it's so quiet and weird. I don't know, it's just like, I'll figure it out. Cheers for dropping in. Thanks, Edie. Hope you're doing fucking well. Sorry I've been a bit weird as well. So, Sage House, she's gone again. No, I just wing it. I can sage it with my mind. It's like, fuck off. And it fucks off. And then other times I'm like, how you going? Let's hang out. It's the area you can never get away from. Alright, I'll have the rest of my food. I'll just have a Mars bar. I'll get back to that. And it'll be okay. There's bread still on the lawn. Like pigeons have gone to sleep. And the raisins, everything's gone to bed kind of early or whatever. No, it's just full. There's nothing that wants it. It's all changed, it's raining here. No shit. That's good. Fucking what? Spun out. Good, it spun out. Had a hit on the Puffco before, that was nice. There's not much dabs left. Not much of anything left. Got a bug like that big. I've done pretty good to fix my foot. I did foot soak, Voltaren, bath, Voltaren, down to the shops, back, foot soak, Voltaren, and that's what I'm up to. I do need to get the fridge and the microwave so I can do like cold, heat, cold, heat, cold, heat like that. Pretty sure that's a good idea. was full moving it around before. Like when I was in the bath, I was like moving shit around in my heel. Yeah, but not around, but like, you know that how I was doing it? Forward like that. It's pretty bad, but yeah. Fuck. We've got 25 degrees now. That's not too bad. It's like 20 outside, or 19 or something. Somehow me blocking the pain out of my foot blocked all the pain out of everything, my whole body or whatever, and then I did that in 20 minutes. I don't know how, I don't even get it. It doesn't make sense. But anyway, that's what it was. People would have been tripping fucking balls, man. If they'd figured that out. I don't know if anyone had been able, probably wouldn't have been able to figure that out. But if they did, they would have been like, that dude just got knocked down back in like 20 minutes. I'm like, yeah, that's what, I'm that dude. That's me. Could have gone quicker. I want to go quicker now. But fuck. I think that is about my record. I thought it was 21 or something. 23? I don't know. Weird. Fucking weird. Mind power. Some shit. Don't know. Because it's like 13 minutes to that cave, roughly. That's doing really well. But then it's like 15 minutes to that bench, around and down, which is pretty good. And then it's roughly 5 from that bench down. So I've actually done that perfectly, somehow. But I didn't even do that well going up. So it spun the fuck out. It's just spun the fuck out. But I must have done really good. Coming down, basically. But I've ran from before that point all the way down before. And it's been over that. But I don't know. I don't even get it really. I think I did actually catch the wind from the enemy. From the I'm cooked. I'm fucked. I was just doing reptilians now. That I don't know what to call them now. The enemy. I don't know, just other walkers, maybe? Other trekkers? Other trekkers, as Rick calls them. Fucking other trekkers, man. Move out the fuck way. Cheers. I got their wind, or whatever. especially if they're going past you this way. Because you see them up ahead and you're like, oh shit, people, I better like look good or whatever. And then you're like going past and then you're like, oh shit, I've passed them, so like, what if they look back and I can't see? I better look good, like leaving, like. And that happened like 3 times. So actually, you know what? Kind of in a way, when it's busier, it's actually a little bit better in a way because you can do that. Psychology, like accidentally psychology. Welcome to another episode of Accidentally Psychology with Jezza. Oh, we're on fire. What's going to be next? Accidentally Psychology with Jezza. Welcome. Okay, that's hilarious. Welcome back to Couch Psychologists. Welcome to Kitchen Chair Psychology with accidents. I'm an accident genius. By accident. I've just passed psychology, like pro level, accidentally. Shut up. Nah, it was funny at the start, now it's not. Whatever. Welcome back here to Accidentally Psychology. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Nah, it's not funny anymore. Firecrackers, yay. Where's Rick? Where's fucking Wong? Where's fucking everybody? Like, people know I exist, but like, I don't know how it works, but I've got like 170 subs. And then I get the fucking snake. That's the second time too. I haven't even posted the first time. It's kind of like 3 clips that have to be joined together. Because how it moved, well 4, well kind of 5 because I had the close-up of the head. And then in those ferns, there's kind of 6 clips joined together and I can't be fucking doing it. Yeah, what are you on about with firecrackers? Firecrackers, yay? I see them now, the firecrackers. For New Year's already, or something. What? No. What? Evie? Who's the other person? Why is there 2? Baffles me. Gotta eat the yogurt before it goes off. I've got CBD weed here now in the mix, so I've got something to smoke, but it's just going to take the effects away from the THC if I have it, or if I add it to it. It's sort of like a blend and it's sort of alright, like a tiny dab to it or some shit. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's one of them ones where it's you, because sometimes when you join, there's a person else that, fucking whatever. It's 2, and then as soon as you leave, it goes to 0. And I'm like, what? That's happened quite a few times with you, Evie. There's 2, and then you go, and it's 0. And Rick goes to 0. After he's hit, but sometimes it'll come and it's just, he comments and it's a 0. What the fuck's going on here? I can't even get the stoker in or out, it's just like stuck. I don't even know how that fucking happens. I can't screw it out. That was actually quite insane. What the fuck? I've never... Well, maybe, but my cone piece is screwed. What the fuck was I saying? What is this shit? no idea why that was so bad. Holy shit. My foot's not feeling so bad now. I can at least touch it like with my other foot. In the soft parts, in the sore parts. Fucking hell, the protocol you have to do to get it, that, to that, is actually quite a lot of shit. Quite a lot of that Voltaren. I don't know if I'm using too much, probably. I don't know, sometimes. Yeah, it feels a bit better now that I'm moving it around and I was able to actually walk to other shops. I was sitting there actually thinking like, I'm seriously fucked now again. Like the other place. When I was at the other place and I had to like order food like a whole bunch of times and it was wasted like fucking $200 or some shit in like a few days on Macca's. Remember that? I was thinking, fuck, I might have to do that again. There goes my next pair of shoes, pretty much. I'll just try one of these by itself first, let's see what happens. Cheers, Evie. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck goes on with the... It could be just a lurker, because they're like, oh look, someone's here now. And they just lurk, because they want to be part of my community, but not known, or whatever. And then they're like, go when you go, and then they come back when someone else is here. If you're come back, or if Rick comes, then they might check. Well, it's got like one, I don't even know how it works. I just fuck it. Kind of like a decent bud of it. That is still weird to smoke. Like really weird, leafy, outdoor weird shit. But, you know. I'm not buying that again. No fucking way. I mean, it is good. It is good for what it is, I suppose. Like you can have it in joints. It's good for joints. I will say that. I'd buy it again for just joints. You know, it'd be good if you had some like joint roller that could just roll it all up in joints, like King B style. Like how he rolls a whole bunch of joints. At the start of the day, just sits there for like an hour rolling joints or whatever the fuck. Because he fucking does like back-to-back drinks and shit. If I'm like the kind of like crazy non-stop bong smoker, he's the crazy non-stop joint smoker probably out of all the community that I know. But I don't know that many people. There's a lot of new people, heaps of people. Hook stream I don't even know, I don't recognise, they're all new, I think. Well, some old people there, but yeah. Got some new people. King B top guy, yeah. There's been some weird stuff. You know, some people would tell me that like I'm a dickhead. But, you know, the community's divided, so, and they remember things like I do as well, and it will always be like that until it's not like that. I think we're going to need something to help fix that. I just don't know. I've tried fucking hours. Someone new that needs to come along that's better than everyone, and that but still friends with us and shit. I think that's the only solution, because it's not going to be me. Could be, but not actually. Unless I get a fucking face off. But we need like some lobbyist or some shit, you know? That actually kind of like likes Hook, likes me, likes everyone, has watched from the sidelines and now wants to actually get involved and make YouTube videos and shit. And they're just cool. They're cool, you know? They're not, but they're cool. They don't do the streaming. They kind of learned a little bit maybe from my channel. They've looked at Hook's channel, they looked at mine, they looked at Julian, they looked at whoever else being kind of like pretty well known or whatever. And then mix it all sort of together, so they're like kind of like formal but cool. They have their bit of their personal life in there. They don't do StreamYard, it's just their channel. Like it's kind of like one of the big American channels, how they just stream. I suppose you could maybe comment via Twitch or some shit, like if they went and did like a whole bunch of streams at once. So they had like a Facebook page. They were legit, basically. They were like one of the polished truther channels that I know about, that I've seen do really good work in that community, right? From my Jezza account, all those channels, there's heaps of channels there that fucking have like spent money, you know, like Vape did. Kind of, I thought it might have been supposed to be Vape because he went and actually spent money, like on a studio, like equipment, you know. Now who the fuck else has done that actually? Gone and invested in their channel. Not many people, not really many people, not many people have the money to do it. I was going to maybe try and help support someone there for a while, but it didn't happen. Because it was fractured, you know? But that's what we need. We need someone else to just step up to the plate, you know, I think. That's like, looks good, they're good looking, fucking... They might even have like kind of like a really cool like actual career anyway, as well. They can talk about as they're part of their social life, like they're open. They're like kind of like a little bit like me, how I'm more open. Yeah, I think we could all help them. Maybe they already know who they are. Anyway. That's the only thing I can see happening there. Fucking someone comes out of the woodwork and just goes, bang, right, this is what I'm going to do. Sort of bits of everything. And we're sitting there going, holy shit, he copied that from me. And then someone else will be going, oh, holy shit, he copied that from me. We'll all be doing that. You're like, fuck, he copied that from me. And that would be good. You'll feel actually good about it. You won't care that it's like plagiarised and shit or whatever, like, you know. Taking your character and stuff. And that's what it's kind of like all about a little bit. People get ideas from people, you know, and then they try that. They try some kind of approach, a peaceful approach or a drama approach, because drama always gets people watching, and then you can throw in other things at the same time. It's like a tactic. And other, you know, like it's, I don't know, but like, it's fucking weird. YouTube. I just think we need someone kind of like that fucking Eric Khan guy in America. Someone like that, but Australian. Just like does a daily sesh for like an hour or two every day. And it's like connected to a whole bunch of other apps. Like it's Twitch, Facebook, fucking YouTube. They're polished. They've got like mic, like pro camera, pro fucking background, fucking like pro like a fucking sign or some shit with their channel, like a fucking big sign, like a fucking light sign, neon fucking sign or whatever. Posted like good looking shit, you know? Fucking like it's fucking 10 grand they've spent on the fucking that, right? They've got all the shit. They've got like mods that are like pro hackers or whatever, fucking, you know? They got lawyer. They're taking it seriously, like, you know, real seriously. Like that has to be someone new. Can't be someone who's already got. It has to be someone new, totally new. They probably already know who they are. They just don't want to do it yet. Betcha, fucking betcha. Probably someone that's been watching all of us for like years, and they're just thinking when they're going to do it. I don't know why they don't do it. That would help us get it legal if they did that. Fucking, and there's probably a few like that. You know, it's like, it's just still waiting, kind of that. It's that still waiting meme with the skeleton. Anyway, that'll take you to King B. Yeah, King B's cool. I mean, he's got his things, you know. But yeah, everyone's a top bloke in their own way, how they are for the community, and they're also kind of like a bit of a fuckwit. Everyone's got their own version of being a fucking fuckwit. You know, I think we're all doing a good job, but not as well. Be good if Vape did more shit. Be good if I don't know, just everyone did more shit. Or new people, like new medical review. Like, what happened to the people that actually did do shit? I haven't really watched, so they might have done stuff, but there was like a whole bunch of people that have done like a lot of medical sort of stuff. I guess that just toned down a bit because of the community, you know, or some shit. I don't know, man. The energy's gone really weird. Maybe it's just the whole world's gone kind of weird, and you don't even know who the fuck you are. Like a couple of years later, it's like, oh, what? That's right. I used to post like medical reviews. I mean, not medical show and tell videos. Got up to like 20 of them or something. And now I can't even be asked making one, and they only take half an hour a day, you know, on your phone. And I just can't be asked to do it. I couldn't even be asked doing it with the CBD flower. The dabs, like just did a little short or whatever. I used to spend effort on that. Some of them took a bit of time, like an hour or two, but it was usually about 40 minutes to an hour. Like I just cut up the little clips that I got, and I'd find some music to put to it. And some of them worked out really well. How I edited it. Yeah, I was kind of proud of a few of them. Like little snippet things, weird. I put like weird thing at the end or some shit. A couple of the first ones I like fucked around with for a while and made this like anti-Freemason thing, fucking disappearing in and out. That was kind of cool to do with the effects. And I just got bored of it. Got bored of video like doing that. So I could have done that. I could do that. I could go and it wouldn't take much to learn how to be sort of pretty good video editor. I just have to learn all the pro shit they use and shit. And I just can't fuck do it. Same thing with fucking audio engineering. The amount of shit that you need to know is just fucking staggering. Like, it's like from scratch. It's a lot to do from scratch when you haven't done it like as a part of your life, like since you were kind of like about a teenager. So it becomes second nature. Starting to be audio, like a musician now, from scratch, when you're already old, is very difficult. Yeah, like everything really, I suppose. That's fucking hard. Unless you just do it, like wing it and do it with the technology you can afford and just like post it up. And people are like, oh, that's actually really good. That's like how I feel like, you know what you're fucking doing sort of thing. Like, you know, a lot of the great movies that were made ages ago were made like, it was like the director's like fucking first or second kind of go at some shit, and he's just like, you know, got perfect with all the camera shots. But it's not that really that expensive equipment, really. It's like he's just a genius. Anyway, Cheers. Because I've said a lot of cool things about weed. From my experiences and shit, everything that I've learned and all that. We should all be weed consultants or something. We should start a weed consulting company. That would be fucking hilarious. We'll like charge $50 an hour for all the information. It's like for medical people, basically. Well, it's the only thing it could be for now, but like, yeah. Fuck knows. You could have different consultants for different areas and it still be legal. I don't know. You know. Suppose I better eat that instead of like wasting money. Are you still there, Evie, or did you cruise and didn't say goodbye? I'm trying to find my bread and I can't find it. I'll take it out there. Still had like that much of the loaf. Oh. Sakes. It's getting dark now. Not just dark. You're not there, Evie? It's just my lurker. Oh, you are here. Oh, yeah, you are here. Sorry, saw that. Because what time did you come on? I don't know. I did a one for like 2 hours before, and then I started this 56 minutes ago. But I've been here for about 3 hours since I came back from the shop. I guess so. Yeah, something like that. Not that one. The other one. It's the same thing that I buy all the time. Three little bits, like $8. And this will play beef with the birds tomorrow. In the morning. There was a raven that came tonight, but I don't think it landed. I think it like was nervous or something. I don't know. Or did it? I couldn't see it maybe. Because I throw some of the bread out of vision of me, pretty much, in case they do want to grab it without, because they're, I don't know, they're weird. I wonder who it was then. It was a person. I feed the birds. Yeah. They can eat like a fair bit. Half of a loaf of bread. The birds around here get looked after fairly well. I really don't want to eat this, but anyway. So what is a bit here too? Oh, there's 6 left. Ace it. Another one of them. These are only $2, so that's fucking pretty good for like a litre of drink. That's kind of not bad. Happy? So if she eats a bit of this, sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. Yeah, no. Of course she wants it. That's good, she's eating a steak. Nice, we'll get some taurine into her. A little bit, not much, but probably more than the cat food. I hardly ever get her to eat meat. This must be like good and cooked well and doesn't smell funny. She's cute. Yeah. She looks heaps young for her age too. She's 8, so yeah. She still looks like she's a few years old, kind of not that old. A little bit. She looks a bit like she's getting older, but not really. Not really. Just like grey hairs. Pretty good genetics. Yeah. Probably live to be very old. She might live out it. She might outlive me. It's a good possibility of that. I shouldn't say that. It's really dumb to say that. Happy as after this. Holy shit. She's not gonna know what the fuck happened, Evie. Like, you just kept feeding these little morsels of meat. How did that happen? Another one? I'm just breaking off like little bits. She doesn't really eat meat. That has to be perfect. fussy as me. Yeah, no, she's eating another bit. I don't know how many bits that is now, like 7 or something. It's a pretty good steak. Now she's going to eat this whole chunk quickly. You watch, she'll probably stop now after like 2 more bits, and then there's like a whole bunch of bits there. I don't know, she seems to be getting into it fairly well. It's a pretty good steak, like it falls apart like perfectly, like, look at that. Look at one finger. Oyster blade. There we go, hooked on again. Like tonight. Oh, you know what's going to happen again. I already went over there today, and I did say hi. I mean, whatever it was I said. You were in the other chat, Evie. No. Again, just right when I'm enjoying my fucking... He's done that. Come on, man. You even had things in your stream today that were like related to some things that I was actually saying, like this morning, when I was live. So you actually stole like some of my ideas. That's what actually happened there. Anyway, I'm staying. She's gone. She didn't even say goodbye. She just said, "Hook on, come there, Jezza." Fuck that, man. He should come here. I'm already on. He went like, fucking, I went there. He'd come here and said, "Hey, Jezza." Started a conversation. There used to be a thing where people used to take in turns or some shit. Well, I just stream all the time by myself. About 3 bits. I knew you would. I'll get one of my other people over here, because they'll get notified that hooks on, and they'll come here, hopefully. I don't think I want all this. My foot's actually starting to feel better because I'm like moving it lots. Too much meat. See, get to have 2 hours by myself. Cheers, Evie. Thanks for coming. When did you come on? You know, you can like rewind it to see when I came on. Then click on me and go live and then see my previous streams and how long ago for and how long ago it was posted. That's what like a real fan would do. They would actually know when you went on. But anyway, I used to watch people and I was like a fan of them, and yeah, I wanted to know what was going on, and I clicked on their name. Anyway, let's just leave that there. Now we just have to sit and wait, and hope that Rick drops in. Or Wong, or Rick and Wong. I'd like to take Rick and Wong all the time. This one's gonna have a fucking dab on it. Rick's going through something. He's probably asleep. Not wake up, because he was awake at like 3 in the morning. He's just given up. They've all just given up with me. Yeah, just watching someone else. That's like, I don't know, someone else that I don't even know. Yeah. I don't know. subs. Cheers. Dab CBD mix coming. It's nice and cool in here now. 24, final. It's fucking 27 before. It wasn't even that hot today. It's still fucking hot in the house. Maybe that's why you get it. CBD dab time. I'm gonna get it right there. It was funny how Rick was there at 3 in the morning. That was funny. Anyway. Indeed. Then I guess my next one. Check me out. Every now and then I have to just hold it. Hey, my mate Rick, he's still alive. And my mate Rod. mostly back in the border. Oh yeah, actually shout out Ganja Man. He fucking commented on one of my videos. The red belly black spike. Red belly black snake video. I was gonna say that before and I was thinking about it. Cheers, legends on the replay. Miss Wong. Miss Wong. I'm gonna go look at what Hook's saying, just briefly. Please tell me he hasn't done a double thing like that again. He fucking has. Keep watching.
In fact, you might be a different answer, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe you are, maybe not. I don't know. But then he said he's from Adelaide, Port Adelaide. I mean, you could say that, right? I could play along and he'd be like, I gotcha. I'm just one of your trolls. Good job, Hookie. But I know that's not likely true. I have seen you around. You know too much. But when the laws change, I don't mind fixing people up who I've met over the years. I'm not about that money. I just give out my genetics. Maybe I'll get a few seeds back myself, and I don't. Other people can grow mine. I'm satisfied that people, on the other side of the planet have been growing my genetics. Even all of my haters, I grow and see the same thing. Some of my haters from all around, the state, all around the country, all around the globe, are growing my strains like crazy. And I'm like, yeah, man, it's got to serve. I'm so happy, man. So happy it worked out for them. That they got the experience. Some clones as well, going out around. But it's pretty inspirational for me. It inspires me to see that excitement. It's about cannabis.
Cheers, Hook. Choose Legends. Legend Deads on the rewatch. Hour and a half, man. Where are you, Rick? Fuck. Cheers. 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 Gotta say, could do things in threes. That's good luck. Very good. That was a fair down. Alright. Okay, that's hot.
Para
Mm-hmm. Cheers. I'll just drink that. Not scared of that. Fucking this shit. Just over life, man. Cheers, Evie. Cheers, Evie.
Just can't get it. I can't, it blows my mind. Wrong weed in Canada. Do you know who one of the best bros I've ever seen outdoors in Canada was actually AJ. The guy I got the, well, I didn't get the genetic from him. He worked with genetic BGP. But saw him do this grow outside, 6-foot plant down outside. It's not easy, man. Not easy to grow a 6-foot plant and bigger. They were bigger than 6 foot. Backyard.
Yo. This is the migration time. This whole foot. Migration time. Funny how I say that, you know. You know. You're looking at that cat, haven't you? Migration time. To the bedroom, you cunt. Not for Jezza. Just the cat. You know, she gets off you. No. What are you doing? Hey? That was crazy all these times that I went. Wasn't it? With this awful. Hey, Nana. Do you remember that? Come on. Come on, Nana. Hey, Nana, come on. Up. Up. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah, good girl, Nana. You're the best. Nobody's here. So, oh well. You can just cuddle with me, Nana. You have a good day. Good day, Nana. I did. I suppose I did. 20 minutes. Out to the road. Just a quick one. It was good. Fuck my foot though. And fuck my foot. How's your feet going? Your feet are okay? just get around. Send them all up to you. Send them to another town in the outback. Let's get some hot Indian water. Fuck yeah. And then the daughter's husband, the daughter, hang on, I'm the husband. The daughter's family can buy us a house. Me and the daughter to live in. And she goes to uni and I just stay home. Well, she's already finished uni. And she's like some, I don't know, money making bitch. And I just stay home. Oh, she's a bum. Oh, she's a stoner chick. She's a stoner Indian chick. Fuck it, I fucking be a chick. I need Italian, an Indian, one of them chow types. But like a chick. Like she's Indian. But she knows she's Italian or something. She's confident about herself. She knows she's living in Little Italy. Little Italy. What it is. A little Italy. And then she's Indian. She knows. That's just chow everywhere. Chow, bye bye. Or hi. Or hi bye. Or bye hi. You take your pick. It's 4 different things, depending on, I don't know, your psychic power. Finally. Hang on. Maybe it's that, so I'm talking to you. night to Marianne. And good night. Pretty touchy tips down there. People shut their cats inside. Cut few more. Yes, well. Well. Okay, fine. Gang stalkers. Welcome back here to another spooky episode of Italian Gang Stalkers. Nestled close near the Adelaide Hills is the small town of Jezza Chronic, where there's gang stalkers everywhere. Here's the founder, Jezza. How's it going? I'm Jezza. Jezza, how does it feel? Jezza, well, I don't really feel anymore. Right here. Peace out, Jezza. Here comes the car. Boom, boom, boom. Give me that car sound dynamic. Give me that car sound dynamics. Give me that car sound dynamics. Give me that car sound dynamics. Dynamic, dynamic, dynamic. Dynamic, dynamic, dynamic. Car sound dynamic, dynamic, dynamic. Dynamic, dynamic, dynamic. Here comes my car. No, we finally hit the quiet time. Carthage is getting rare. Everybody's in bed. No, she just had to do that fucking window. I knew she would. You know, come on. Wait. You know. That's the joint. Just go down there. Okay, thank you. Just here.
to another Narc Survivor Live video. In this one, we're going to be talking about a different topic, but something that I have spoken about a few times in the past. And I've noticed that it does get a lot of views because, of course, in this day and age, a lot of people are going through gang stalking. It's happening all over the world, in workplaces, schools, communities, everywhere. Sorry if I just slipped up on my words. There's a lot of talking that always goes on outside my room. So then sometimes I get distracted from what I'm saying. But yeah, this video is going to be about exposing gang stalking and the truth they don't want you to know. I myself have been a target of gang stalking since 2016. So for me, it's been going on now for almost 9 years. And this is every day. It first started for me when I was 22 years old, which is about maybe 14 years ago. But back then it wasn't every day. But there's still a Twitter page from when I was being gang stalked back then, and it's still online that you can see now. If you type in Cunty Kamaran on Google, Kunty space Kumaran. If you go to that Twitter page, you'll see it's a parody page about me. To this day, it still has over 100 followers, almost 14 years later. And they were following me around, taking pictures of me with my girlfriend at the time, who was very pretty. But a lot of people were jealous of me. They also put up a picture of me with my father's car as well. And it kind of reveals, they were envious of me being with this beautiful girl. And also because of my father's car and just the lifestyle that we had back then. So it kind of reveals that that's what the problem was. And sorry, getting distracted again from all of the voices behind me and all of the door slamming. This goes on all day, every day. As you may know if you watch my past live videos as well. But yeah, that's kind of what it was about, is because I was dating a very pretty girl who came from quite a wealthy family. And also, there's the picture on the Twitter page as well of me with my father's car. And yeah, it was going on quite a lot back then as well. But it's been since 2016, the last 8 years, that it's been really bad. And, it's been going on every day since then. So, yeah, it began in 2016 for me, and I was really stuck for a couple of years. I couldn't really do anything with my life. I was just stuck at home and in the apartment for 2 years. People would harass me every day, but other than that, I was just on my own. I was isolated. And then somehow, through hard work, I managed to build my business online, my YouTube, to where I now have nearly 200,000 subscribers. And I managed to make quite a bit of money out of that. But then I was gang stalked in other countries as well. So even though I travelled outside of the UK, I was then gang stalked in Thailand, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, and even here now in the Philippines. So I've been gang stalked in many different countries. I am a very high profile, targeted individual. And it's amazing, just looking back at the Twitter page, which is still online. Kunty Kamaran, if you type it in on Google, you will see it. It's amazing how it all just started off from, just posting pictures online of me with my father's car. And also I was being stalked, harassed, and they were taking pictures of me with my girlfriend at the time. It's crazy how it started off just from something like that, But that's how it is for me. And, yeah, That's just how it was. It was all just about, they were perceiving it as like a self-image. And I remember back then, like things would happen, like a Premier League footballer. He was only 22. He moved in next door on our street of 6 homes of multi-million-pound homes. So a Premier League footballer moved in next door, and then my father just came into the lounge in the home, and he brought the footballer in, and I heard him say, he said, "Come see how big he is," as though he's like trying to put me down to him. And I think he wanted me to hear that as well. And there were just other things like my father he has another family as well, and his children would constantly make fun of me and say, "Oh, you're so big time and everything." And this was just me growing as an individual, just finding my confidence. I was going to the gym, exercising, just taking good care of myself. And they began to see me as a threat after that, because up until that point, I was always the scapegoat. I was someone who they just looked down on and blamed for everything. And then I started growing, I started becoming better. And then it became a problem for them. And I always knew I was meant to be something, and that I would do something big. And, I have done something big. Nearly 200,000 subscribers, 50 million views. I mean, that is big. Of course, we did this together. We grew this channel together. But yeah, I became very successful from this, and I earned a lot of money, and it ended up with me being targeted on a very grand scale. Many different countries around the world, and you can see all of the evidence of it in my videos. I've posted so many videos, and in every video you will see so many things that just stand out and don't look right. Like all the time I get the COVID harassment, I get the cars just driving past, doesn't matter where I go, doesn't matter what country, the modified cars, modified bikes, the horns beeping 24 hours a day, door slamming, people talking outside the door, power cuts. I get followed around wherever I go, people harassing me. It's just so many things, so many incidents. I mean, at this point, we're talking like potentially millions of incidents over the past 8 years that I've gone through. So it's impossible to mention everything that's happened. There's so many different things. And I've been affected in so many different ways. I mean, at this point, well, at my peak, I was at a peak as well before being targeted, when it first began. Back when I was 22 years old, this was in 2011. But, since then, I was intensely targeted daily, 24 hours a day, in 2016. That was when I was about maybe 26, 27. And since then, then in 2018, 2019, I worked very hard on my business, growing this YouTube channel. In 2021, I reached my peak of earning about close to $20,000 a month. And, because I was gang stalked in, abroad, so I was gang stalked in Thailand as well. So they still managed to sabotage that too. And I got involved with someone who also joined the gang stalkers, and I had a daughter who was also taken off me. So now they got me in all kinds of crap, with like getting me in debt and making it so that it's kind of like my success, my hard work has put me at a disadvantage. And that's how it is with gang stalking, is that the harder you work, the more successful you become. They can use that against you. They can sabotage all of that and cause you to get in debt. Now, most of you who are being gang stalked, you may not ever see that. You may not ever reach the point where you do become successful while being gang stalked. Somehow I did. I became a self-made millionaire by the age of 32, 33 years old. Which, now is all gone because they sabotaged all of that. But yeah, if any of you do have dreams, fantasies of becoming rich while being gang stalked, becoming successful, that's just the beginning of it. Because then they can sabotage your success and cause you to be in a lot of debt. So you do have to be very careful with these types of people. They are very dangerous. Now we've got radios outside as well. But yeah. So let's get into it. Let's talk about, what is going on. What is up with these gang stalkers? Who are they? Why do they do what they do? Let's give you the truth that they don't want you to know. Give the video a thumbs up. Let's get this video out there. I'm sure there's many people out there who will want to see this because, while they like to make you think that it's just you, like you're the only one in the entire world that this is happening to, and I believe that as well for several years. I thought it was just me. I thought everyone else has a perfect life and there's no problems for anyone else. It's just me who has all these problems. And of course, I began making these videos. I now realize this is happening to so many people. Millions of people around the world are being targeted. Maybe not as intensely as I am. Maybe not to that extreme, although some may be as well. Some may be worse. And yeah, actually, I have seen worse than what I've been through. More aggressive gang stalkers. There was one in Australia that I saw on YouTube. But that was only one incident that I saw. For me, this is every day. But yeah, okay, let's get into the truth that they don't want you to know. What are their motivations? Because, there has to be a motive. What causes someone to behave in that way? And it has to come down to some kind of personal vendetta or conflict. So they must have some kind of vendetta against you. Remember, narcissistic people, they're hypersensitive to criticism. Anything could set them off. So it could be something like you said or done and you didn't even know about it. You don't even know what it is, because when you're dealing with a covert narcissist, they're not going to tell you. They're never going to give you closure, and that's really what can help you to identify these types of people, is that they don't ever tell you what is wrong. And this is because in their childhood, they were never allowed to have feelings. They were never allowed to express how they feel. And they could never resolve conflict openly. So they had to do it covertly. And this is how it's now evolved with them doing this gang stalking, this covert harassment. Because the organism does what works and what is effective for them. Whatever they've learned to be effective, and their people clearly learned that being overt, expressing how you feel, being open and honest about things is not going to get them the result that they want. They've clearly come to that conclusion, and this is why they're covert. And this covert harassment is meant to settle a grudge or to exert control. And this can happen in the workplace. It could be a dispute with a neighbor. And I do remember there were some shows that, there's some TV series that I've watched before. One was Neighbours from Hell. And I'm not sure if that TV series is still available online, but definitely check it out if it is. It was filmed in the UK, and most of them were very covert. They did things under the radar. They wouldn't just talk openly to each other. It was very indirect. But sometimes it would escalate. and then there would be a direct confrontation. Again, the TV series that I've seen, such as Neighbours from Hell, typically it does appear to be more covert in those TV series as well. So yeah, you may experience this with neighbours, it could be in the workplace, it could be just in the community as a whole. I've had clients that I've spoken to who have experienced full-blown community harassment with everyone in their town or city. I've spoke to a number of people who have experienced that. And I asked them, how many people are we talking about here that are harassing you? And one of them said potentially hundreds of people. And another person said there's potentially thousands, tens of thousands of people who are harassing them. And of course, luckily, they booked a session with me because I've got the experience with this. I mean, for me, being gang stalked, I mean, let's just talk for the last 8 years. Daily harassment of the last 8 years. I mean, that's, how many days is that? Let's say 1 year is 400 days. 10 years is 4,000 days. It's going to be close to like 3,500 days of gang stalking so far. 10 pounds a day. And on average, I must be coming across about potentially a good at least 100 gang stalkers on an average day. Even more if I'm out in a city, but let's just say 100. And that's 3,500 days of gang stalking. So that would mean at the very minimum 35,000 gang stalkers that I've come across so far. But then also consider I've been out in cities as well, very busy cities. I've been to capital cities around the world: Kuala Lumpur, Taipei, Ho Chi Minh, Hanoi. And here in the Philippines, Makati, Manila, very busy cities, where sometimes I could be coming across thousands of gang stalkers in 1 day. So we could be talking about millions of people who are harassing me. And also many of you see it in the comment section in the live chat. Often every single time that I go live, there's different gang stalkers in the live chat.
Just everyone.
And
Everyone's a gang stalker.
even if we just say that there's 20 to 30 gang stalkers per live chat, how many is that every week? Could be 150 gang stalkers a week in the live chat.
Just
500
everyone.
a month.
Just everyone, mate. Everyone.
So we're talking about on a
It's
very
just
long
mainly-
scale for me.
Just me and you. We're the only ones
And that's how
that are not gang stalkers.
I'm very comfortable when people talk to me and when they're vulnerable about their experiences, what they've been going through. Because I get it, I've been going through it myself. And from my experiences, it tends to be high status people. People who are very successful. Maybe they're from an affluent family. They're very attractive. They've got a lot of potential in life. Some of them may not have much going on, but they just have a pure soul. They're just genuinely happy, carefree, easygoing people. That's another thing I've noticed as well. So, what I've concluded is that it's something about the self-image. It either looks good, and people envy that, they want to have that wealth, power, and success. They wish that life was theirs, or it could be your happiness. even though you may not have any materialistic value, but you've just got that inner peace and happiness, and that's what they want. That's what they envy you for, in some cases. So that could be a part of the vendetta, and it may cause them to seek revenge or power, to control you, intimidate you. They may try to undermine your stability and sense of safety to dominate and manipulate them, to manipulate you. So, think about it like this, when they're destabilizing you, it's because you have some stability. Think about everything they're trying to do to you. How can they do this? How can they achieve it if you don't already possess it? So when they're sabotaging you, your career, your work life, is because you have that already. It's because you're already doing good in it. You're doing well. Same thing with your health. They're sabotaging your health because you already have good health. They're sabotaging your peace and happiness because you already have peace and happiness. They destabilize you because you're already stable. They try to ruin your reputation and destroy connections because you already have that. So you can see that they envy those things. You have things that they want, but they can't get it, so they destroy it. They take it away from you to relieve their feelings of not having that themselves. In some cases, there could be social or even political motivations. So some of you may be targeted for your political beliefs, activism, or social stance. And these gang stalkers may be organizations or groups that are trying to discredit or silence you through covert means. But what I would say is that that's very rare. Most of you aren't going to be targeted as a result of political motivations or by governments. Some gang stalkers, some targeted individuals, I think they do hold some kind of illusion of significance, where they think that they're being targeted by governments. When really, governments, they've got so much bigger things going on. I don't think they're going to worry about one individual. Of course, in some cases they may, but in most situations I would say that it's unlikely. So what I'm discussing here isn't anything political or to do with governments. But what you may experience in gang stalking is physical surveillance. You may feel that you are being followed or watched by people. And this could be in public spaces, it could be at your home, or even through online platforms.
Not even fucking one.
So it may seem like people are just involved in seemingly ordinary activities, when really you feel like under the radar they're constantly observing you. And they may also, a bit of banging coming from the room above, they may also engage in psychological manipulation. They may use subtle psychological tactics to create confusion, stress, and anxiety. They may orchestrate coincidences, make odd or cryptic remarks to you, or they may manipulate other people in your environment to act strangely or suspiciously. Another common tactic is social isolation. They may isolate you by turning friends, family, or colleagues against you through the use of spreading rumors, using gaslighting techniques, or attempting to make you appear paranoid or unstable to other people. Which is kind of funny when you think about it, because we think of people in the world as though if someone is going through something, if someone seems paranoid or unstable, people will normally take them in and care about them, look after them. But actually, it seems to be the opposite, because when talented individuals report being made to appear paranoid or unstable to people, it seems that people just turn against them. It doesn't cause anyone to care about them or want to protect them, which is an interesting thing to note, because we commonly misperceive that we're living in such a caring, loving world. Gang stalkers may also engage in technological manipulation, electronic harassment. So they may hack your phones, your computers, even your appliances. Or they may tamper with them to monitor them and to disrupt your life. So you may be bombarded with unwanted calls, emails, social media interactions. They may compromise your personal data. It's a huge crime, because data protection is a big thing these days with data protection laws. So they may compromise data protection, which is a very, very big crime, that is. But this is what they do. So, yes, of course, it's possible that many of these people may not actually be in one single cohesive organization. They may just be acting out of coercion, manipulation, or even their own ignorance. As an example, neighbors or acquaintances may contribute to the harassment by following these certain patterns or behaviors. It's kind of like monkey see, monkey do. But then other times there may be coordinated efforts. There are reports about this, and I've noticed it in my own experiences, is that many of them are coordinated, but they work together as a team. And there's nothing far-fetched about that. Even if we look at like ants, animals, they work together. Like hyenas, they work in packs to target their prey. So this could be the case with gang stalkers as well. And gang stalkers may even be working with law enforcement or even private investigators. Because as I've mentioned in past videos, police officers are often narcissistic as well, or even psychopathic, and this has been confirmed in many studies. So they coordinate these efforts through the use of information sharing, surveillance, and orchestrated actions to make you feel targeted. But this may be very difficult for you to prove, because it can be difficult for you to get that concrete evidence. Because of course they engage in covert actions. It's typically not out in the open. It's not something that can be directly observed by other people. So it can make it difficult for you to document or capture evidence that could stand up in a legal or investigative context. I myself, I have posted several events on my Instagram of gang stalking, and this was out in the open, and it was very overt, so you can see that on my Instagram. Just search for me, Narc Survivor YouTube. But typically they're not going to be so out in the open because they do know that what they're doing is wrong, it's criminal, and they don't want to be caught, they don't want to be exposed. Many of these people are involved in criminal gangs, and that's where they're covert, that's where they hide, because they don't want to get into trouble, they don't want to get caught out. Because perhaps if you catch them out, if you do gain evidence, maybe you could actually hold them accountable in a court of law. I'm not sure whether or not that is possible. I've heard from other people that they have done that. But it does depend on how high up this goes. Some of them, they act like they're untouchable, like they're above the law. And maybe that's because they do have connections in high places. Because we have to consider as well, I mean, many law enforcement governments are very corrupt in the world today as well. But yeah, what tends to happen is that when you share your experiences with other people, they don't seem to understand, they don't validate you. They could be gang stalkers as well, or maybe they just fail to understand you, which complicates it for you even more. And also the patterns of behaviour that gang stalkers use are often very random. They change routes. They often like to use mimicking behaviours because they're envious. They like to copy you. Or they make incidental comments, which could easily just be brushed off as a coincidence. So all of this makes it difficult to identify a clear pattern of harassment. And of course, that's why they behave in that way, so that it's difficult to detect. So that it just looks like coincidences or inconveniences. Which is why you really got to keep detailed records. Try to protect your privacy as much as you can and seek legal support if it's available to you. Especially seek emotional support, therapy, support groups. I'm available for a one-on-one, which you can book on my website, narcsurvivor.co.uk. I've got years of experience in dealing with this. And I'm sure, as many of you may know, many of you who have been going through this, who've done the research on it, there's potentially thousands of people every day around the world who are dying because of this. Maybe they're committing suicide or they're being killed in some sort of way. Their food may be poisoned. You know, there's so many different ways that they target you. So thousands of people around the world every day are potentially dying from gang stalking, having their careers ruined, their family broken apart, or maybe they end up at a mental hospital, maybe they're homeless on the streets. This happens to potentially thousands of people every day as a result of gang stalking. There aren't really any specific studies about it, but there are studies about, you know, people going homeless, mental institutions, committing suicide, or even mass shooters. There's plenty of reports about all of these, and I'm sure many of them are gang stalking induced. So,
Yeah. You fuckers.
yeah, as I said, I've been going through this now every day for 8 years, for the 24-hour day harassment and just general gang stalking. I've been going through that since 2011, which is almost 14 years. So at this point, it's pretty much most of my life. And despite that, as you can see, I'm relatively calm, I'm relatively relaxed. I mean, normally I'm more relaxed than this, but because I'm making a video, as you can hear, there's the radios and the horns, and there's a lot of chaos around me because I'm making a video. But then normally I'm just sitting down, doing some work with my earphones in, So I'm more relaxed. I'm not normally this. I'm more together usually because I do take good care of myself and my mental health. As I look after my body, my skin, everything. Many people may not believe that I'm going to be 36 this month. And I'm always researching, studying. I have a lot of wisdom, experience, intelligence. I'm very good at articulating things. So I've taken very good care of myself, even though I haven't really had any support from anyone, other than you guys, of course, when you're supporting my videos, donating, everything. That's helped me a lot along my journey. But everyone else outside of this has just been there to sabotage me. So I'm very thankful for all of you. And who knows what state I would begin if I didn't have you. If I didn't have your support, I'd probably still be stuck in the same apartment in the UK. I wouldn't have travelled anywhere. Who knows if I'd even be alive. Who knows what would have happened to me. The only reason why I'm still relatively okay, I still have my sanity. I'm not completely paralysed. I'm able to speak and make a video. It's only because I've had the funding, because of your support. Without your support, I don't know what would have happened to me. Like, how would I eat and how would I clothe myself? How would I take care of Nala? How would I be able to afford any products for my skin so that I can remain looking youthful and it'll be a supportive influence to so many of you. Of course, it's not all about the looks, but it looks more professional, more credible. To see someone who is grounded and, because unfortunately, many targeted individuals, when you watch their videos, they can seem quite unstable, paranoid, which can make them seem less credible. But for me, there has to be active, real-time gang stalking while I'm making a video in order to destabilize me, because otherwise I just switch straight back and, I'm grounded and I can express myself very clearly and easily. So it has to be active, real-time in order to create an effect where it seems like I'm not completely stable. But then also the gang stalkers are quite delusional and they see us differently from how we see ourselves. So they may be seeing something, they may be thinking that they're getting a result or a reaction that they want, but then everyone else is seeing something different. As I know many of you are, because the gang stalkers, they like to make me think that I come across in an undesirable way in my videos. But I know most of you aren't having that experience. And also I'm not having that experience when I watch my videos back. It comes across as very clear, very polished to me. Got all the music going on outside, all the partying. But yeah, definitely seek emotional support. Support groups, book a one-on-one with me. I've got a ton of experience with gang stalking. I know all of their games, all of their mindsets, everything. I know why they do everything that they do. So book a one-on-one with me. I can help to clear the confusion. And we can even devise a plan, some strategies for you to maintain your mental and emotional health, because that's the most important thing about this, is to maintain that emotional stability and also to not let it cause you to sink into depression, because this is what happens with so many targets, is that they do become depressed, they lose their job, they may become homeless, and they just give up on everything. But never give up. You've got to keep going. They want you to give up because they've given up. things can improve for you, things can get better. And you just got to be grateful for everyday activities. I know they bring you a lot of stress, a lot of trauma, but there's always things to be happy about, things to look forward to. I know they try and ruin everything. I mean, they'll try and poison your food and put drugs in the water, even just simple things you try and enjoy, they will ruin it. That's why this emotional support is so important. Because yeah, it can be extremely isolating and distressing. But you've got to remember, why you're being taunted. There is something very special about you. They are envious of you. Their envy of you does play a significant role in all of this. They will make it out like it's some personal wrongdoing by you. But that's the thing, if it's a personal wrongdoing, why can't they tell you what it is? They can't because there is no personal wrongdoing. But if they were to tell you what it was, it would sound ridiculous, it wouldn't make any sense. And what they're doing would seem completely out of proportion to what's meant to have happened to them. It would seem far too extreme, and also their motivations wouldn't make any sense, because if there's something done wrong to them, why aren't they fixing or changing it? Why aren't they doing something about it to improve it, to make it better, rather than investing all their time and energy into targeting you? So this is probably why they don't reveal what their motivations are to you, because it's not going to add up, it's not going to make any sense. Because their motivation is their envy. They're envious of you. They're jealous. The root of all narcissistic behavior is envy. Professor Sam Vaknin has mentioned this. And also sadism. The desire to cause suffering and finding pleasure in another person's pain. The root of all of this is the sex drive. This is another thing that was confirmed by Professor Sam Vaknin. I know there's a lot of talking going on here. Hopefully it's not too loud and you can still hear me clearly. But this is how it is, whatever hotel or condominium I go to, doesn't matter if it's got 5 floors like in this place, or if in the other condominium it has 50 floors, everyone does gravitate outside my door. That's where the party is. Everyone wants to be around me and my energy. But yeah, the root of it is envy. The envy arises from a belief that you have advantages or a life that seems better in some way, which can trigger feelings of resentment. It triggers this desire for them to tear you down. So they feel compelled to undermine you, to bring you down to their perceived level, or to make you feel as though you were losing control over your life. So the gang stalking becomes a covert form of retaliation or sabotage, fueled by this desire to diminish you because they see you as better off. And I know this talking is getting a bit extreme out there. They just can't leave me alone today. So I'm going to put my earphones in. I can think a bit more clearly without all of the foot stamping and the talking. It's unbelievable, I can think much better now. Because as many of you will know, they trained you to listen to the footsteps and the talking and just apply significance to everything they do. So it's much better when I just tune it out with the gearphones. So yeah, they're seeking dominance. They desire to feel a sense of power and control. And it's because they feel insignificant. So they want to weaken you. They want to isolate you, make you question your own sense of reality and stability. They want to diminish your confidence, your psychological resilience, so that they can then gain a sense of dominance, even if it's only fleetingly. It's never something that they can sustain on their own. They may also perceive you as a threat, a professional threat, a social threat. It could even just be a perceived threat to their own personal success or reputation. And you may not even know why you're seen as a threat. But it could just be that they're trying to defend their own position or sense of security. Sometimes it can be different values or beliefs. They may want to silence you for your political beliefs, religious stance, or social views. But even then, it's still envy. Because they believe that your values or beliefs challenge the status quo or established norms. So these people are holding grudges. They're seeking revenge. Because you may have unknowingly offended them or gotten involved in a dispute that has led to this covert harassment. The gang stalking can be a form of revenge or retribution, and the envy can be a byproduct of the conflict, especially if you have something that they desire, which typically many of you do have something that they desire. Because if you haven't got anything that they desire, then they're not going to waste their time. They're not really going to care so much. But often gang stalkers could be projecting their own insecurities onto you. They may be perceiving you as being better or luckier, and then this is what they use as justification for mistreating you. But it's interesting, because many of you may say yourself that you're not particularly special or better off in any way. You're not really that lucky. But it could be a misperception. They may just have perceived envy because they're mentally ill. So they may be envious of things that aren't even there. They could just be imagining it in their heads. It may seem ideal to them in their minds, and that's what they're trying to sabotage. Because you don't know how they're viewing you. They could view you as something ideal, as something up there. And then they want to take it down. They want to make it seem less than perfect. Because to them it is perfect. I mean, think about it. Who is just normal? If they saw it as normal, average, nothing special or unusual, you really think they'd go out of their way to sabotage you? They probably wouldn't. It's because in their delusional minds, in their fantasy, they're viewing you as something ideal, something larger than life. That's threatening them. It's making them feel inferior. A big part of it that many of you may experience is that a lot of this does come down to class and status. So they may perceive you as socially or economically different. Someone who is more successful or has access to resources. This can fuel envy from those who feel disadvantaged. It may motivate them to attack or undermine your individual status as a way of leveling the playing field. Because they feel beneath you socially and in terms of class and status. And you will notice this in their behaviour because they will become very competitive. Because they're seeing it as though you're outperforming them, or that you're receiving attention or advancing in ways that they envy. So you're going to start to see their competitive behaviour. And that will reveal to you if it is the case of class and status. They're going to show you what the problem is because they're going to project that onto you. They're going to try and make you feel insecure in that way because that's what's bothering them. It will give them a desire to control or humiliate you, where they will engage in power plays. Because they will feel this need to feel superior. And this could extend beyond financial or personal success. They will want to assert their dominance over you because they feel that you are more privileged, you are more fortunate. So now they desire to humiliate you or make you feel powerless, which is fueled by their envy and a thirst for control, which manifests as coordinated harassment. To where they may use subtle methods to manipulate you into doubting yourself, questioning your relationships, and feeling isolated. Because then they feel like they've asserted control over this person's life who they envy and to perceive as being privileged or fortunate. So envy is definitely a motivator of gang stalking. As well as personal vendettas and jealousy, a desire for power, control, revenge. Again, your success, your perceived difference, these things will inadvertently trigger their negative feelings as well. But you know, whatever the reason is, I mean, typically the root of it is going to be envy and jealousy. But it is never acceptable to harass, intimidate, or destabilize someone else's life. It is abuse, it is criminal behaviour, and they should be held accountable for it. There is no excuse or justification for harmful behaviour. And that's why you've got to recognise that, yes, you are dealing with criminals. You're dealing with mentally ill people. And you must take the steps to protect yourself emotionally and legally. Seek support from trusted individuals or professional resources. Now, some of you may have been dealing with gang stalking, maybe for a short time so far, maybe just a few weeks, a few months. Some of you may have been dealing with this for years, and it may be on such a mass scale. So, yeah, they are engaging in perpetual power struggles. Because they have this desire for power and control, they constantly feel compelled to continue their actions indefinitely to maintain dominance over you. So once they begin harassing you, they can then become obsessed with this idea of breaking your will or causing you to suffer, which is what then leads to this prolonged engagement. Because when they get that feeling of being in control, it can become very addictive, which then leads to a cycle that lasts for years. That could even just take up the rest of their life, to where they're just constantly focused on having this control over you because it's the only thing that makes them feel alive. And some of these gang stalkers, they can be very paranoid, especially after they've been harassing you. They could be worried about what if it comes back on them. So they may believe that you possess an ongoing threat to them after what they've done to you. This could be a real or an imagined threat. based on some perceived power imbalance, rivalry, or ideological conflict. So they may perceive a threat in your success, popularity, or different views. And that's why the harassment may continue as part of a long-term campaign to neutralize you. They may have a desire to break your spirit. They may be fixated on driving you to a breaking point, emotionally, mentally, or socially. And this could be a long-term goal that requires sustained effort. They may believe in their heads that by continuing their efforts, eventually, they gotta succeed in making you feel defeated or helpless. And this is what motivates them to continue over an extended period of time. And you may not see it, but this can result in exhaustion for them. They can just completely exhaust them over time by them trying to pin you down and exhaust you. But of course, also it can result in isolation and exhaustion for you. Because the longer the harassment continues, it just affects your emotional resources, which can create a sense of isolation. It can wear you down over time. And of course, this can justify the stalker's behavior because then they believe that their actions are working on you. And also they can start to see that you may be becoming unhinged, and because they lack self-awareness, they're not thinking about how their actions are affecting you. They're just looking at you and how you're reacting to them. So they may see it as though you're mentally unhinged and not thinking that they're the ones who cause you to be that way. Because many gang stalkers, they're asleep. They're not really living, they're not really alive, they're not really conscious, awake and aware. They're pushing your buttons, but they're not even realizing that they're doing it half the time. So they're just looking at you as though you're mentally unhinged. And that's so many of them, they seem so delusional. Because they are delusional. Not all of them, of course, but many of them are. Many of them who are narcissists are gaslighting themselves. It tends to be the ones who are more psychopathic. They're the ones who are more aware. They're the ones who know more that what they're doing to you. But either way, I mean, it seems like they're never satisfied. It's like no matter what they do to you, no matter how badly they affect you, no matter how much they bring you down, no matter what they get out of you, no matter how much they demand from you, they're never happy. They're never satisfied. I mean, yeah, sometimes they try and mask it, they pretend to be happy, but you can tell they're not really happy. You can tell they're miserable. Of course they are, because no happy person is going to behave that way. They're not going to target you. They're not going to destabilize you. They're going to want things to be better, not worse. So clearly they're not happy. They're not satisfied. And it's because many of them harbor unrealistic expectations of what their actions are going to achieve. They think in their minds that by harassing or intimidating you enough, eventually they're going to win or achieve some form of victory. But the reality is that these expectations are never fulfilled in a meaningful or lasting way. Because most of the time they don't get to break you down or get you to retaliate in the way that they want you to. So then they feel like they haven't achieved their goal, which then just leads to further frustration. And they become addicted to control. This act of controlling and manipulating you becomes an addictive psychological process. They constantly seek new ways to exert influence over you, driven by this belief that they can perfect their method of harassment. But then when the desired results don't materialize as they expected it to, because you don't break down or you don't react as they intended you to, then they don't achieve that satisfaction of control, which then keeps the cycle going. So they have deeply ingrained feelings of resentment and hatred. They feel wronged, or they feel envious, and this is what causes them to fixate on you. They believe that by harassing you long enough, eventually they're going to feel satisfied or vindicated. But the reality is, and I've been doing this now, researching about this for 7 years, every day. The sense of vengeance is never going to bring them closure. They're never going to be satisfied. There is no light at the end of the tunnel for them. There's never going to be this moment where they're like, yes, I've crushed you, I've got power over you. The result that I wanted, it took 10 years, 100 years, but I finally did it, I finally got it. It's never going to be like that for them. And instead, it's going to foster a sense of perpetual dissatisfaction. Because they're always going to have this feeling that you haven't been punished enough, or that you haven't truly been defeated. And this is why they often then bring in other people. They establish this collective involvement and validation. It involves multiple people. And it could be on a large scale sometimes, where they feed off each other's negative energy and validation, which perpetuates the behavior over time. And the more people who are involved in the harassment, the more difficult it then becomes for any one of these people to step back and question the morality or effectiveness of their actions. So it creates a real problem for them, because the more people they get involved in the harassment, how is any of them ever going to step out of that group and think, hold on a minute, this is immoral, this is inhumane, this is illegal, or at least this is ineffective, this isn't even working, it's not even getting us the result that we want? What are the odds that one of the people is going to step out of that group and say that? They're not. It's not going to happen. Collectively, they're going to have this mentality that encourages a sense of ongoing duty, even if their results are not satisfying. And all they're going to do is continue projecting their inner insecurities onto you. And that's why they will continue their harassment. Because they're projecting their own insecurities, fears, and unresolved issues onto you. It really has nothing to do with you. It's all about what they're insecure about. It's what they fear. It's the issues that they haven't resolved within themselves. Because remember, they don't even know you. They don't spend any time with you. They don't have a relationship with you. Most of them probably never even sat down and had a conversation with you. It's all about themselves. It's all about their own fears, insecurities, and unresolved issues. And that's what they project onto you. That's what they harass you with. So, yeah, they're experiencing ongoing dissatisfaction, which stems from a deep-seated need to externalize their own pain and unhappiness onto you. And no amount of victimizing you is going to bring them inner peace. There are psychological dynamics behind long-term gang stalking. They derive a sense of identity and self-worth from their ability to manipulate you. Their sense of self is tied up in having control over you. And that's why they're unable to stop. Because this process is reinforcing their identity. So if they were to end the harassment, it would mean they would have to face their own vulnerabilities or personal failures, which of course they're going to resist at all costs. Because the whole point of this harassment campaign is to avoid accountability, is to avoid facing their own failures and vulnerabilities by projecting them onto you. And that's how they've then just derived this sense of identity and self-worth from their ability to manipulate you. To the point where they then normalize behavior, especially since this is in groups and they've been engaging in gang stalking for years. gradually this behaviour becomes normalised. It may have started out as a few isolated incidents, but gradually it then grew into a group mentality where all of these individuals involved, they no longer even question the morality or the effectiveness of their actions. It's just become normal to them. They have become desensitized to the harm that they're causing. And yet the harassment continues as a result of the group dynamics. And it escalates power dynamics. It evolves into a power struggle that goes beyond the original motivations, which may have been very different initially. Of course, the longer it goes on, the more entrenched both the stalkers and you become. So these stalkers may feel like they can't back down now because they've already invested so much of their time and energy into the effort. But for them to back down now, that would signal defeat. But it's very childlike mentality. They don't want to lose, they want to win. But the reality is that they're never going to be satisfied. They're only ever going to have an illusion of control. This feeling of control that they're seeking is an illusion. But truly give them control over your life the way that they hope. Many of you are resilient. You show a refusal to break down. Or you have an ability to seek help, which frustrates the stalkers. It makes them feel like their actions have not led to the ultimate victory that they have envisioned in their minds, which leaves them to be unsatisfied. And to where they feel the need to escalate their efforts. And that's why many of you are being gang stalked over the months and years that go by. You see their efforts escalate. The behaviours become more extreme. It's because they're unsatisfied. It's because they're not getting a sense of control that they envisioned in their minds. That's why the behaviour is escalating and becoming more extreme. And also they may have psychological dissonance. I mean, cognitive dissonance. Because they're constantly being confronted with the failure of their efforts and they just don't want to accept it. So they keep pushing it because they don't want to accept that it's just a reality of their failure. But they desire to have success. So yeah, it goes on for years because of their unrealistic expectations and the group dynamics. They feel this ongoing need to exert control, avenge perceived wrongs, and to maintain a sense of power over you. But they're just constantly dissatisfied because it's just an illusory nature of control. They fail to achieve the sense of victory or closure that they expect, which leads to continued efforts that are never fully fulfilling. So essentially they are addicted and obsessed. 112 live viewers, if you find it helpful so far, give it a thumbs up. I'm giving it to you raw in this video. The truth that gang stalkers do not want you to know. They are addicted and obsessed. They have become victims of their own game. And it's because they have an addiction to control and power. They have developed an unhealthy fixation on you and the idea of control, to where they now have a psychological dependency on you, which may feel empowering, typically because they feel disempowered in other areas of their lives. That's why it feels empowering for them to have control over you and to manipulate you, which of course is very different from the reality that they typically present to you, because they make it look like they've got it all together in their lives. They make it seem as though they're very empowered in other areas of their lives. If that were true, they wouldn't have this psychological dependency on you. They wouldn't feel this need to manipulate and control you for a sense of empowerment. They do because they actually feel disempowered in other areas of their lives. And the longer that they harass you, the more they become attached to the idea of maintaining power over you. The sense of control becomes an addiction, where they're constantly seeking new ways to manipulate, harass, or observe you, even though they're not achieving the results that they expect. And yet, as time goes on, it escalates their obsession. Their need to exert control becomes increasingly all-consuming. They go to greater lengths. They spend more time and resources on orchestrating the harassment. And this obsession just feeds into their desire to win or achieve some form of dominance over you. But the more that they invest, the harder it becomes to stop, even if the actions no longer bring them satisfaction. They become like drug addicts. Initially, the drug may have given them a high, but then after that, the rest of the time, they're just kind of taking the drug to feel normal. They're just hoping that they're going to get that high again. But they never do. They never get that initial satisfaction that they got the first time. And it just locks them into this cycle of obsession with no clear goal. I mean, what would be the point of them not being covert and then them telling you why they're gang stalking you? Because there's no clear goal. There's no realistic end goal of why they're doing what they're doing. They may think that breaking you down psychologically or causing you to react in a certain way will bring them closure or satisfaction. But your resilience or your refusal to give in makes the harassment very difficult. So they never get to feel like they've succeeded. It just produces a lack of a tangible result, which drives them into a perpetual cycle where the stalking continues out of frustration, where you need to finish what they started, rather than just seeking satisfaction or feeling like they're winning. It's more they're just frustrated. So they just constantly chip away at you. They isolate you, they manipulate you, they mentally exhaust you. And this just becomes a way for them to validate their own sense of worth. They develop an obsession with you. You become a surrogate for their own deeper insecurities and feelings of powerlessness. But the irony is, the more obsessed they become with you, the more they lose control over their own lives. They become victims of their own game. They become psychologically entangled in their own harassment. Because they have this obsession with breaking you down, which causes them to ignore the personal toll it takes on them. Over time, they feel as though their lives are now centered on you. And this leads to unintended consequences, where they themselves are trapped in a cycle of mental and emotional energy that no longer gives them the satisfaction they crave. Many gang stalkers experience burnout because their prolonged effort to harass you does not yield the desired outcome. Despite their continued investment of time and energy, they feel increasingly disillusioned because the result is never as fulfilling as they imagined in their minds. So they begin to question their own motive. Especially if you remain unaffected or if you grow stronger in the face of harassment. And many of them experience emotional and social damage. It takes a toll on them, especially if they're engaged in a coordinated effort. If they're a part of a group, then they start to internalize the negative emotions of the collective, which further fuels their own obsession. It may even alienate them from their own social networks because the constant focus of the target disrupts their relationships with friends, family, co-workers. It may cause them to become isolated as well. It may cause them to become victims of their own behavior. if there are long-term consequences, and that's why the gang stalking goes on for such a long period of time. It's a long-term consequence of their own initial behavior. That's why they can't let go, because their life is now consumed by an obsession. The gang stalking goes on for years because they have become so consumed by the obsession that they don't know how to stop. Their identities have become so closely tied to the role they've assumed in the scheme of harassment. And the stalking behaviour has become so ingrained that it's now very difficult for them to extricate themselves from it without them having to confront their deep-seated psychological issues. And because they've pushed forward with their efforts for such a long time, many of them may be experiencing feelings of paranoia and self-doubt. They may be obsessed with the idea that they're being watched or judged, which can cause them to feel isolated or insecure. It causes them to become victims of their own game, where they then end up questioning the effectiveness of their harassment, while they're simultaneously becoming even more entrenched in the need to continue. Because many of them just become addicted to the drama. They're very toxic, dysfunctional people. They love drama. They enjoy the act of harassing or watching someone being distressed. This provides them with a sense of exhilaration or excitement. The emotional drama is a form of entertainment or emotional gratification for them, which makes it harder for them to stop. Their addiction to drama is what keeps them trapped in the cycle, because they feel like they're winning by continuing the game. They don't feel like they're winning by stopping, because they've never actually won. It's a competition that they can never win. They experience validation through control. They get an emotional payoff through this illusion of control. But no matter how much they escalate the harassment, if you don't break or submit, then their need for validation goes unmet, which then creates a paradox where they keep escalating the behavior, hoping that eventually they're going to achieve a sense of success or victory, but it never truly satisfies them, which creates a cycle of perpetual dissatisfaction. It causes them to be trapped in this cycle, where they're addicted to the power and control that their actions provide, to where they then become victims of their own game. Because they have this obsession with you, which is combined with their inability to achieve the satisfaction that they crave, which locks them into a destructive cycle, where they keep pushing forward, thinking that if they just continue, they'll finally achieve what they want. But actually, their actions cause more harm to themselves than the target. They're getting themselves all worked up. They're getting their panties in a twist, trying to affect you. They don't even see the harm they're causing to everyone else and to themselves. And that's just it. I've done the research. I've explored the studies, and I can tell you, bullies are at a 10 to 25 times more risk of developing a psychiatric condition than their own victims who they are bullying or intimidating. It affects them in so many different ways, and I've done a video that really explores this, and it's backed by real studies, real data. And that is the smear campaign will destroy the narcissist and their fly monkeys. It's a video I did about 1 year ago, so definitely check that one out here on my channel here as well. And again, they end up in a position where they are psychologically consumed by their own pursuit, suffering from burnout, emotional turmoil, a sense of deep dissatisfaction, where they become victims of their own destructive obsession. And this is why many of you may notice a pattern when you're dealing with them, is that you may remember at the beginning when they were initially targeting you, gang stalking you, they seemed very excited, thrilled about it. But then gradually, as time goes on, as the months and years go by, it's very rare that you actually see them happy, that you actually see them excited about it. They just seem really miserable. They don't seem happy about it at all, even while they're still continuing to harass you. But then you may find that you've discovered your own inner peace because you've been isolated from people. You've been shut out of the world, the matrix. You've had to go within and find your own peace and stability. So you as the target, you become stronger. They become weaker. They become happier because they're hooked on a drug. Well, as for you, you don't get to enjoy the drugs of the world. You've been isolated and cut out from all of that. So it causes you to become like a Buddhist monk. It causes you to find peace and enlightenment within yourself, where they remain attached to the world and they never find true happiness. But yeah, this is all because initially they wanted your happiness and peace. They wanted to feel as good as you did. They envied your innocence and freedom. They may not consciously realize it, but yeah, they were motivated by a desire for your happiness, peace and freedom. They longed for what they lack. They're deeply envious of your happiness and peace. Because you may be someone who appears to have emotional stability, success or freedom, which are qualities that they lack. And maybe they're unable to directly take these things from you. So then instead they have this subconscious desire to disrupt your peace because they feel like they are missing that themselves in their lives. They experience restlessness and dissatisfaction. They struggle with their own inner turmoil. They feel unfulfilled and emotionally disconnected. And they view your apparent peace of mind or contentment as something that is unattainable, something that they're never going to achieve. And this sense of dissatisfaction is what drives them to act out against you, believing that if they can diminish your peace and happiness, then that will then somehow fill the void in their own life. Because they don't believe that they can ever attain that peace and happiness for themselves in their own lives. That's why they seek to destroy yours. Because trust me, I mean, if they really thought that they can invest time and energy into their own lives and achieve peace and happiness, they'd probably be doing that instead of worrying about you. They envy your innocence and freedom. You were chosen as a target because you embody innocence, kindness, and goodness, which is a source of intense envy. For someone who may have faced hardship, betrayal, or disillusionment, your purity and emotional freedom stands in stark contrast to their own inner struggles. The gang stalkers feel like your innocence is something they can never attain, which leads to them resenting you and desiring to undermine it. You may also have freedom, whether it's emotional, financial, or social. All of this is threatening to the gang stalkers because you have the ability to live without constant fear or stress, while they feel trapped in their own lives. They're constantly weighed down by negative emotions, responsibilities, or situations. So your freedom, whether it's actual or perceived, becomes an object that they desire. They wish they could feel free like you do. And that's why they feel that your sense of peace and freedom is something that they need to take away. They may also be projecting their own lack, their own deficiency. their own feelings of inadequacy or emotional burden onto you. They may feel like you don't deserve to have the happiness or peace that you have, because they feel trapped in their own lives. So their actions may be driven by a belief that you are living a life that is unearned or unjust in some way, which reinforces their desire to bring you down to their level. They seek to diminish you because it's their way of trying to feel better about themselves, because they feel powerless and insignificant. So they may just feel validated by controlling or influencing your emotional state. Because your peace and emotional stability is a symbol of what gang stalkers feel like they can never attain, which leads them to try and shake your sense of security so that they can then feel validated in their own lives. They have a desire to compensate for their own personal pain. They believe that if they can make you feel as bad or as insecure as they do, then somehow this will equalize the emotional imbalance that they experience. So it may not always be so much about harming you, more than it is about their own unresolved inner conflict. But either way, it's an illusion of satisfaction. It's temporary gratification, to where they really just experience frustration and a lack of closure. It deepens their envy and frustration. They will never feel complete or satisfied. And it's because they're not addressing the real root of their dissatisfaction. They're not addressing their own emotional and psychological struggles. And this is why they can't let go, because they have an addiction to disruption. They have an ongoing obsession with disrupting your life. And this can often stem from an addiction to the disruption itself. They may never understand why they can't let go. But the fact is that they are driven by a need to continue to affect you emotionally. They have this unfulfilled desire to feel better about their own lives through taking you down. And that's what keeps them going. But it really just perpetuates a cycle of envy. Because as long as they feel like you embody something they can't have, whether it is your happiness, peace, innocence, or freedom, they will continue to try and destroy it. So this cycle of envy becomes self-sustaining. And their focus on you is no longer just about your life, but it becomes more about their own unresolved emotional needs. They really just desire to feel as good as you do. They envy your emotional state, peace, and freedom. They long to feel as good as you feel, or to experience the happiness and sense of stability that they perceive in your life. They have an obsession with you because they believe that you have something that they cannot ever obtain or deserve. And that's why instead of seeking to improve their own emotional well-being, they try to take away or disrupt your peace, thinking that by doing that, somehow they're going to achieve satisfaction or fulfillment. But actually in the process, they just end up trapped in a cycle of envy, obsession, and emotional frustration, ultimately becoming a victim of their own action and desire. So in the end, that harassment is less about you, and it's really just more about their own unresolved emotional needs. They may think in their minds that they're attacking you as the source of their dissatisfaction, when actually what they're truly confronting is their own inability to find peace, happiness, or fulfillment. And this is what causes their actions to feel endless and ultimately unfulfilling. Because true satisfaction only comes from addressing our own inner conflicts and embracing the possibility of healing. So So essentially, they are just miserable, depressed, envious people. And the longer they harass you, the more extreme their behaviors will come with time. And it reflects that they are continuing to deteriorate mentally. Their escalating actions and prolonged harassment are a reflection of their own emotional and mental deterioration. They are experiencing emotional and mental decline. And this is why initially the actions start small or more covert. But then as the harassment continues and they see little to no effect on you, their frustration grows, which causes them to become increasingly aggressive or extreme in their methods. All the while their mental health is deteriorating. It's eroding their mental and emotional stability to where they may experience heightened stress, anxiety, and even paranoia, which can manifest in irrational behavior as they become fixated on the idea of breaking you, even though the initial motivations behind the harassment may be rooted in envy or a desire for validation. But yeah, as they continue with this obsession, they will experience cognitive disruption. It will disrupt their ability to think clearly and rationally, because their constant focus on you, the need to track and manipulate your movements, and the escalating tactics, all of this contribute to a mental state that is more disordered than when the harassment first began. But over time, they may see their own behavior as justified, even when they escalate it to extreme levels. And this self-justification leads to cognitive dissonance, where their actions no longer align with their original sense of right and wrong. And over time, they just experience even more envy, frustration, and exhaustion. Many of them experience burnout. They exhaust themselves emotionally, mentally, and even physically, because of this obsession with monitoring, manipulating, and disturbing you, which is very draining. They get caught in a trap of trying to control the uncontrollable. And they just can't find any lasting peace or satisfaction from their actions. But they've invested so much into the harassment that they can't stop, even if they wanted to. Because now it's become a key part of their identity. So they're stuck in a cycle of deterioration. And actually, when you see them escalate their behaviors, when it becomes more extreme, it's a cry for help. Their escalated behavior reflects an internal breakdown. They're pushing harder against you because they don't know how else to cope with the feelings of emptiness, isolation, and inadequacy that are consuming them. So their actions, no matter how harmful it may be, it's a misguided attempt to feel validated and powerful. And the longer they go, the less likely they are to achieve the results that they desire. It just leads to even greater mental deterioration as they become more and more fixated on their failed pursuit. They develop an obsession with you which has become so consuming that they are unable to escape it. Which is why you may begin to see that they are beginning to self-destruct. Their relationships with friends, family, and co-workers may begin to fall apart due to their erratic behavior or their obsessive focus on you. Many of them may even just isolate themselves or alienate other people as this harassment continues. This social and emotional isolation deepens their mental health struggles. It leads to even more severe forms of depression, anxiety, and even paranoia, to where they may experience psychological withdrawal. So gradually, they fall into this obsession, and they may even experience psychological withdrawal symptoms when they are not around you, when they are not harassing you. They may start to see you everywhere, or they may even interpret ordinary events. Some of you, if you pay close attention, you may have noticed this. Many gang stalkers, they experience ordinary events outside of the campaign as being connected to their harassment efforts. And this could be something that they perceive as someone else is orchestrating, someone else who is aware of it. But again, it gets to that point where they do interpret ordinary events. They become so paranoid, they interpret ordinary things as being connected to their efforts of harassment, because they become so deeply entrenched in it. And this kind of delusional thinking really just reflects the deterioration in their cognitive abilities and their emotional health. And their inability to accept that you're unaffected just deepens their frustration. It leads to a spiral of increasing extremity in their actions. To their guests, they will experience emotional fatigue and exhaustion, chronic anger and resentment, an inability to let go. Because the more they invest into the harassment, the harder it is for them to stop. For them to let go, it would mean confronting the reality of their own dysfunction, something they are unwilling or unable to do, because they get an emotional payoff, or at least they imagine that they will, from breaking you down, and that becomes more important to them than any other aspect of their life. And that's what leads to this continued focus on you, even at the expense of their own mental well-being, to where they end up trapped in a vicious cycle. They experience continued deterioration. A gang stalker's journey is one of continued mental deterioration, because as the harassment goes on, their mental health degrades further and further as their actions become more extreme and erratic. When you see their actions becoming more extreme and erratic, that should signal to you that their mental health is degrading. They're getting worse. And their initial motivation of envy, anger, or insecurity, this is now all fused with an addiction to control you. And over time, this obsession with you becomes less about you. And now it's more about their own inability to stop the cycle. That's what it's become more about now. Because they become a prisoner of their own mindset. They become a prisoner of their own envy, frustration, and the need to control you. And your strength, resilience, and emotional freedom only serve to deepen their frustration. It reinforces this belief that you must be brought down in order for them to feel relief. And yet this relief is always temporary. And so the cycle continues, which then further deteriorates their mental health. And then it leads them to seek more relief, which is temporary. The cycle continues. It just goes on, and it never ends. So, their mental deterioration is symptomatic of their deeper struggles. It starts off with feelings of envy, insecurity, or frustration, but it deepens with time as they try to manipulate or control you. So their focus on you becomes more obsessive, extreme, and irrational, which reflects the mental toll that they're undergoing. Their actions are symptomatic of their deep emotional issues, including depression, anxiety, and unresolved personal pain. Their need to harm or disrupt you and your peace mirrors their own inability to find peace or fulfillment in their own lives. So, although yes, this vicious cycle of frustration and obsession may harm you, it may harm you, but it leads to their mental and emotional deterioration as well. It makes them victims of their own destructive patterns, and as I've mentioned previously in this video, referring to studies, clinical studies, bullies are at a 10 to 25 times more risk of developing a psychiatric condition than their own victims who they are bullying or intimidating. And this is why you see their behaviors escalate and become more extreme. Well, you may just find peace and stability within yourself, because it's destroying them far more than it's ever affecting you. It's doing a number on them far more, and that's how they end up becoming so much worse with time. But also, let's touch on how delusional they are, because, thinking that they're in control, they're superior. They need all of these people just against you, one person. This reveals their inadequacy, because they can't even target you one-on-one. They can't even target you one-on-one unfairly, let alone having a fair and equal contest. Even if they had a fair and equal contest, you against all of them. You're greater than all of them put together, and they know that. That's why they need all of them together. Because the very nature of their gang stalking reveals deep delusions, a profound sense of inadequacy within all of the stalkers. This is why they need multiple people to target a single individual. They're compensating for their internal weaknesses and fears. They hold a delusion of collective power, an illusion of control, because they feel weak and disempowered alone. This is why they need multiple people to conspire against just you, to create an illusion of strength and control. But in reality, this collective effort is actually a sign that they lack confidence in their own ability to take you on individually. Because why can't they confront you one-on-one? They can't, because they lack the emotional, psychological, or even moral strength to engage in a fair contest. And yet they hold this delusional thinking. They have this need to enlist other people into their mission, which reflects the delusion that you are somehow inherently weaker or more vulnerable because you're alone. Because in their delusional minds, they believe that overwhelming you with numbers can subdue or break you. Even though this strategy is actually ultimately rooted in their fear and insecurity. They're deluded in the thinking that you need to be taken down by force because they perceive you as a threat to their own sense of worth or superiority. Your strength makes them feel inferior. One of the core reasons why gang stalkers feel they need to gang up on an individual is because the target is stronger, emotionally, mentally, or spiritually, than the stalkers. Because the thing about it like this, the fact that one person, one individual can endure or rise above the constant harassment, while the stalkers continue to feel miserable and inadequate, exposes their own vulnerabilities. And this is why, of course, your resilience, peace, and emotional strength, it's a mirror of all of these stalkers' deep insecurities and self-doubt. They all collectively feel overwhelmed by your power, because your strength is a constant reminder of their own inadequacies. But of course, because they're delusional, rather than facing this truth, they will attempt to target your emotional stability and peace. But by doing that, they're just exposing their own weaknesses. Because someone who is genuinely powerful does not need to rely on another person to destroy or undermine people. So, this collective efforts of targeting you, harassing you, it reveals that you are greater than the sum of stalkers. Doesn't matter how many of them there are. Even if it's on a grand scale, even if you're dealing with 1 million stalkers, you're greater than all of them put together. Because despite their numbers, they're still struggling with their own unresolved issues. But you're finding peace and stability within yourself. So you are greater than all of them put together. And this is how it is. If you look at the prophets of God, and as you see in the Bible, I do recall Noah's Ark. I believe Noah lived for think it was 600, 700 years. And God wiped out all of the people. And the floods, this happened multiple times in the Bible. God just wiped them out because the target was stronger than all of them put together. God saw it as better just to get rid of them all and just keep the target. Because clearly that was the one who had the strength. That's why they were being targeted, just one person, by such a large number of people. So yeah, I mean, this is why there's a lack of fairness for a reason. This is why they have an inability to engage as equals. This is why they're unwilling to engage fairly. This is why they have a need to manipulate, control, and overpower you. Because it all just reflects their inability to fight a fair or honest battle. And yet they delude it by thinking that by banding together, they can tip the scales in their favour. This strategy just highlights their fear and inability to win on their own merits. It reveals that they have a fear of losing. Clearly they're terrified of facing you one-on-one in an honest encounter because they know they're going to lose. That's why they need so many of them. Because they know that your inner strength, your ability to remain calm, resilient, and unaffected cannot be matched by their petty tactics and manipulation. They believe that by overwhelming you with numbers, they stand a better chance of winning. But this reveals that the real battle isn't between the gang stalkers and you as the target. This is a battle between the gang stalkers themselves, between their insecurities and their need to prove superiority over you. All of them collectively have an inability to confront their own issues. They have unresolved inner conflict. This is why they have the delusional need for group power. It's a reflection of their own inability to face their personal issues. Rather than dealing with their own insecurities, envy, or emotional trauma, they externalize these feelings and project them onto you. They believe that somehow you are responsible for their negative emotions, when in reality, you represent something that they lack: inner peace, confidence, and emotional freedom. So they're simply projecting an inadequacy by them attempting to break you. They're just projecting their own feelings of failure and powerlessness onto you. They're imposing their beliefs onto you in a desperate attempt to feel better about themselves. This projection is just a mask for their own inadequacy. And it just further isolates them from the possibility of emotional growth or resolution. The collective effort highlights their own fear. The fact that one person, one target can withstand the collective effort of multiple stalkers. I mean, even if it's just 5 stalkers, let alone if it's 500, 5,000 stalkers, it speaks volumes about the power of your character. Your ability to endure and remain unaffected by the harassment exposes all of these stalkers' weaknesses, because they cannot overpower someone who is strong in their own right. And of course, this then amplifies their fear of their own inadequacies and causes them to double down on their efforts. Even though, yes, they are fighting an unwinnable battle, because they just throw even more people into it. They increase the numbers, and it just makes them all look like even bigger losers together. And actually, they would look much better with you. If one of the stalkers left the group and sided with you, they would look much better. And that would demonstrate real strength, real courage, real confidence, real power. They all look like idiots, fools. They look ineffective together because it's a large group of them targeting you, one person. And it just reveals that despite their combined efforts, they cannot succeed in their goal of breaking you. And clearly, the fact that they need group participation, it shows how little power they truly have individually. They're all just clinging to each other in an attempt to cover up their own weaknesses. Their reliance on others, it signals that they don't have the confidence or strength to face you alone, which just proves how much stronger you are than them, both individually and emotionally. You are greater than the sum of the stalkers. Doesn't matter how many they throw into the mix. Doesn't matter if it's 5 stalkers, 500 stalkers, 1,000,000 stalkers. It doesn't matter how many there are. You're greater than all of them put together. Because it is the power of one versus many. And this is a testament to your strength as a target. When you're being faced with a large group of people, and especially when you remain unbroken, it just makes their actions feel increasingly pathetic. Because just think about it, they're so insecure that they've got to mobilize a group of people to tear down one person. But your inner peace and strength stands in stark contrast to the collective weakness of the gang stalkers, which does prove that true power does not come from numbers or aggression. It comes from resilience and self-confidence. So whichever way they try to pull it, however they try to pull a rabbit over their hat or whatever trick they're trying to do, the victory lies with you. The fact that you remain unaffected or you grow stronger, it proves that you are greater than all of the stalkers combined. Your strength and ability to endure serves as a direct reflection of all of the gang stalkers combined, their inadequacy, which should be a source of empowerment for you. It means that you have won the battle. And not only have you won the battle, you won the battle without confrontation or violence, but with quiet power of your own inner strength by holding on to your morals. Something that not one of the gang stalkers was able to do. I mean, you've won, you've beaten them in so many ways. So many different ways. I mean, I could write a list of all the different ways that you are victorious over them. It's unbelievable. You have destroyed them, annihilated them. Their team, and you're just one individual. You're greater than all of them. Because they need multiple people to target one person, which reveals how inadequate they feel on their own. It reveals that their collective efforts are a delusional attempt to compensate for their own weaknesses, their own fear, insecurity, and envy. Because they all have to band together to break you down. This exposes the fact that they cannot win in a fair or honest contest. Because they're driven by their own inadequacies. They're unable to stand alone or to face you on their own terms. So yeah, let your resilience, peace, and strength serve as a constant reminder of what the stalkers lack. And this will only just fuel their obsession even more. But in the end, your greatest strength is rooted in your emotional and mental peace, and that is the true power. And that power is far greater than any group of people working in tandem to take you down. Thank you as a nation. Hit our paso, I appreciate it. But yeah, coming to the end of the video, and it is better to be the target than to be in a group of degenerate gang stalkers. Because it places you in a stronger, more empowered position than individuals who are just part of a gang stalking group. It highlights the strength of the individual, your inner strength, your ability to maintain your peace and resilience in the face of harassment. This speaks volumes about your inner strength. While gang stalkers rely on external forces, numbers, manipulation, fear to achieve their goals. They're weakened by their need to act in a group and their inability to face you directly. While you as the individual target, you have self-determination. You have your own autonomy, your own separate identity as an individual, rather than groupthink hive mind. They're caught in a cycle of desperation and emotional turmoil. Well, you have this own individual separate freedom on how you're going to decide to rise above their actions. So you hold the higher ground. And any attempts that they make to try and bring you down, this only underscores your personal strength. Well, the gang stalkers, collectively, they will mentally deteriorate. As I discussed earlier, engaging in this obsessive behaviour, it just causes their delusions, frustration and fear to deepen over time, until they will find themselves isolated, emotionally drained and trapped in a cycle of obsession. But you will preserve your peace and find ways to heal. But they will not be able to escape the negative emotions that they have generated. They will experience a lack of fulfillment. They will never experience true satisfaction from their actions. Their envy and manipulation, it might give them brief moments of power, but it's fleeting, and it will leave them feeling empty. You as the target, you have the opportunity to find meaning in your experiences, gain emotional resilience, and to even grow stronger from the adversity. And on top of that, you have the moral high ground as well. You are standing on the right side. You are the target, which means that you are the one who is ultimately in the right. You are not participating in harmful or destructive actions. You're just trying to live your life and maintain your dignity. These gang stalkers are participating in immoral and criminal behaviour. They are misguided. They are driven by envy, and they are unable to see the harm that they are causing. They lack integrity and self-respect. Their actions erode their self-respect and moral integrity over time, because they've chosen to harm you out of their own personal weakness, and then now they're going to have to live with the consequences of their behaviour. While your integrity remains intact, you maintain your self-respect because you don't stoop down to their level. Instead, you hold your head high, knowing that you are not a part of their cycle of negativity and destruction. Empathy and compassion wins every time. It wins over hatred and resentment. You have your emotional balance and your emotional freedom. They're trapped in their own negative emotions, while you are free to experience peace, growth and healing. You have the opportunity to move beyond their cruelty and find fulfillment in healthier ways. So us as the targeted individuals, we are the winners in the long run. We experience personal growth and empowerment. They experience long-term decline. And that is ultimately just the power of compassion and forgiveness, healing and a peace. The target holds the real power. It's much better to be the target than to be one of the gang stalkers. Yes, our journey may be painful, but it is one of self-discovery, healing and empowerment. Gang stalkers are on a path of self-destruction, a spiral of delusion, obsession and emotional decay. While you have the moral high ground, you have the potential for personal growth. You have the inner strength to withstand and even transcend the cruelty of other people. While they're prisoners of their own weaknesses, they're trapped in a cycle of destructive behaviour, which ultimately leaves them unfulfilled and empty. You are the one who holds the power. You are the one who has the ability to remain calm, compassionate and strong in the face of adversity, while they are left to suffer the consequences of their poor choices. And I guess this is why, think about it, throughout history, it was always the prophets of God who were the targets. Prophets, visionaries, leaders who stood for truth, justice, positive change. They were always the targets of persecution, harassment and undue opposition. Just like what we see today, modern day gang stalking. We become the focus of collective resentment and attacks because we embody ideals that challenge the status quo or expose uncomfortable truths. And they envy our divine message because we are social change leaders. Just like Martin Luther King, John Lennon, Malcolm X, Gandhi, and so many others who fought for civil rights, peace, equality. They all became targets of societal forces that felt threatened by their vision of a better world. And this opposition is fueled by fear. But despite that, we have the power of our message. Because we will endure, we will continue to inspire positive change. Gang stalkers, they're going to go unnoticed in history. Even if they are remembered, it will only be by their destructive behaviour. Because their hatred, which is fueled by their own envy and insecurities, will never lead to any constructive social progress. It leads to destruction. It doesn't build anything. So there's a clear difference between us as targets and gang stalkers. We are principled and purposeful. They are hateful and obsessed. They have a lack of purpose. They act out of envy, resentment, and a sense of inferiority, which makes their actions unfocused and meaningless. They have no greater vision beyond their own toxic emotions. So they leave nothing of value behind in the world. But as for us, the targets of gang stalking, we're just like the visionaries throughout history. We leave a legacy. We continue to inspire people long after our trials. We stand against oppression. We stand for a higher truth. We are enduring legacies, such as individuals like Jesus, Gandhi, Lennon, and so many others. So many others who have outlived the people who tried to silence them. People who are still remembered to this day. But no one remembers the people who tried to silence them. Our messages of hope, peace, and love will continue to inspire generations. While these gang stalkers and their actions that are driven by anger and fear will be quickly forgotten, or they will be condemned for their destructive tendencies. Because we will find strength through adversity. The truth and the greater purpose will always outshine the darkness of hatred and envy. We will endure and we will leave a lasting mark on the world, while those who seek to destroy, will fade into obscurity. They will not have accomplished anything of value. Let me just take a sip of water. So for us as targeted individuals, this is the power of standing for something greater. We have something far more significant than the gang stalkers ever will. Values, vision, a belief in a better world, a purpose that transcends the trivialities of their hatred and envy. People who stand for something more meaningful will always attract resistance. But guess what? Our legacy will always rise above the noise. Just as history continues to honour the great leaders and visionaries who endured their trials and inspired future generations. But as for these gang stalkers, this gang stalker behaviour on a mass scale, it just reflects, as a collective, their deficiencies in childhood, their unresolved trauma, their unfulfilled emotional needs. Or maybe they experienced emotional neglect or abuse, and this is why they now engage in destructive behaviour, because they were rejected in childhood. They have a lack of healthy emotional attachment. Their emotional needs were not met, so now they have a desire for control and power, which results in this collective behaviour, where they enable dysfunction. They engage in groupthink and conformity. Even if it's it's toxic or harmful. Because the gang stalking provides a way for them to feel like they're part of something larger than themselves. When really it's destructive and unhealthy. Because they're just avoiding healing. They're not going to confront their pain or seek healing. Instead, they're just going to project their own self-hatred onto you. And that's why you see the constant attacks, manipulation, and degradation. It's just a reflection of their own inner conflict. And it reveals their own self-loathing that they cannot face directly. They focus on hurting you to avoid confronting their own deeper issues that they have within themselves. And it results in this cycle of trauma and destruction, intergenerational patterns, a cycle of envy and self-destruction. Because yes, the root cause of gang stalking on a psychological level, it lies in deep-seated emotional wounds that began in childhood. Unmet emotional needs, trauma, insecurity, toxic coping mechanisms have now created these individuals, these gang stalkers, who instead of confronting their issues, project them onto you. And of course, when it's amplified by group dynamics, it becomes even more destructive. But their actions reflect the depth of their own unresolved pain. Their obsession with trying to destroy you is a manifestation of their own internal conflict. And you remain the object of their envy and frustration. While you embody the happiness and peace that they have never been able to find within themselves. So it's likely that they're never going to heal, they're never going to get better. I mean, how could they heal? After all of the things that they have done, would you give them another chance? Would you take them back? I'm sure many of you would not. After the things that they have done, I mean, they've been on such a vicious cycle for such a long time. It's inexcusable, it's unacceptable. They couldn't even compensate for the wrongs that they have committed. So they're forced to continue on this path of self-destruction. But as for us, we will continue to inspire change. We will continue on the right path of being moralistic and having values. But yeah, these are the truths that they don't want you to know. This is what you need to know about the gang stalking. And I'm very sorry for those of you who are going through this. But we will support each other together. And like the gang stalkers, we are our own individuals. We have our own identity. We don't band together collectively as a group. We don't have this hive mind. We have a separation, and we don't band together over attacking or harassing people. It's about supporting each other in the right direction. It's about healing and growth for us. Very different to them. But yeah, together we will continue to support each other. And I will continue to lead you all towards healing and growth. Because that is what I aspire for myself. And it's what I hope to motivate and inspire in you as well. So yeah, gang stalking. The truth that they don't want you to know. I hope you found this video helpful. Give it a thumbs up down below if you did. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Then you will be notified when I upload new videos or go live in the future. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comment section. I read your comments every day. If you would like guidance and support on your healing journey, or to deal with gang stalking, you can book a one-on-one coaching session with me. Just go to my website, it is narcsurvivor.co.uk. Donations are greatly appreciated, no matter how small. You can donate to my PayPal, it is paypal.me/narcsurvivor. I'm also available on Instagram, you can follow me. It is narcsurvivor YouTube. Thank you all for joining me on a gang stalking live video. Everyone stay safe out there, protect yourself. And check out my other videos as well for some more support, or book a one-on-one with me. Stay safe, and I will talk to you soon.
Oh. It's like Your cat inside, you fucking idiot! Fuck you, Italy, and fuck you, India. What up? Stupid fucking cat. Find your cat, I'm gonna fucking belt the fucking thing. Stupid fucking tomcat, eh? Who the fuck leaves a cat out anyway? Do you want me to fucking kill the thing, you fucking dickhead? Fuck this ghost town, you fucking idiots! If I see that cat, I will fucking kill the fucking thing. Fucking cat waking me up and be fucking like. humanity. Hey, you got a spare dollar, cunt? Fucking cat that is, fucking liver. starting a new one. Peace out, stay magical, stay toasted. Fuck that cat. Jezza out. Hook you. Fucking homeless cat. Stupid fucking homeless cunts. Fucking stupid fucking cunts that leave their cat out.